settings and wait for this to load. Go over to stream.
Hello. Begins. Stream number 1. Let's go. Hello. Okay. Hopefully I won't weird myself out by talking to myself. Probably won't talk much anyway. That's a really ugly A. Is your domain though? W is not a verser. I think it's just selector, you know. Gets confusing using both complex numbers and vectors, but that's how the solution does it, I think. So the variations should... What about the endpoints of the variations? Forget I need to like not use that part of the page. That's gonna be annoying. Domain of the variations. Bitch. Okay, this USB stick sucks. Forgot his password, bro. Just don't ask for it again, please. This is my brother's laptop. I mean, iPad. Need to revise variational calculus, I go to. Just like the variations need to vanish at the endpoints, I think. The stream is killing my internet speed, but that's whatever. Only opening up like PDF files that are like 3 megabytes anyway. Okay, so this is the notation he used. Main teacher. Variations on the domain of facts. So we want to use the Euler equations. So like starts at T1 ends at T2. At T1 should be 0. And at T2 should also be 0. Is there any more information? Are they supposed to be smooth? I don't know if that's a restriction I need. It's not relevant to the problem, probably. Okay, and just keep following this one. I don't know if the variation of the quaternion implies the same for the variation of the angular frequency. There's probably a good way to check this though. From the definition of the angular frequency. Yeah, they should be smooth. That's just from the definition of angular frequency. Because the versors that define it are smooth. E0 equals to a... I don't know where the conjugate is. Something like this. Let me just check that. The body frame one and the non-body frame angular frequency. It's easy to confuse their formulas. It has to be somewhere in this document. I used it already like a few times on the other questions. Whatever, I can just Google it, I guess. Claude. Help me, Claude. Formula 3D angular and body neon. It's 1/2, not times 2. This is the problem when you're trying to solve stuff that are like high level in physics and math. Everyone just has their own fucking notation for teaching a specific topic. So the best thing I can rely on is here, which are just like my old files, old PDF files from the class. That's a good motivator for why I would actually want to make like a database for all my like classes. Something like what Apple has with photos. Like you can just type in cat in your photos and on iOS devices and it will just show you all the pictures that have a cat in them. Like a database with some sort of AI integration, so I don't have to just like I can just go from my own notes and find stuff easily too. It's actually fucking annoying. There we go, I found one of them. 2 A dots. Oh wait, I confused the two, yeah. Classic. Then now, I think I'm ready to move on to the next step of bitch sucking me ass. What the fuck is my brother using, man? Okay. In this part, there's some cross product thing going on, definitely. This line. Okay, so this part is about T0 to T1, that one. I don't even understand this part. I thought we did like restriction action on every problem if that's like a boundary problem. Like a boundary value problem on all of them. I think we are supposed to be using the action and not the unrestricted action. This is like conceptually weird. How does a path not have defined endpoints? What the fuck is the unrestricted action actually used for? What a weird fucking definition. When have I ever used the unrestricted action? I'm googling this. On what problems is the unrestricted action used for? I guess that's a good question. That is not grammatically correct. On what problems is the unrestricted action used? I don't need a flow there. In kinematics, respect to time, because all problems are defined by like a start and end time. I don't know how else you would construct a problem. Getting sidetracked from the question. I could just like accept this and move on. How do I even prompt Quad to ask this one? In kinematics, with respect to time, how would I do unrestricted action when the parameter is time? When the parameter is time, is the unrestricted action ever used for anything? The optimal time problem. Okay. And time itself is the thing being minimized rather than a fixed horizon. The final time, TF, is free, unrestricted. And that is a little circular. Time function of time. In Pontryagin's minimum principle, calculus of variations, a free terminal time gives rise to transversality condition, meaning the Hamiltonian must equal 0 at the final time. What the hell is this? HTF. This is the stationary condition that arises precisely because TF is unrestricted. You're optimizing over it. Brachistochrone type of problem. So and we're optimizing for time, but that I don't even know how I'd like write that in variational calculus. I'm just confusing myself. Time to share stream link maybe. Maybe I should just like just ball, and instead of streaming Brave, I should just stream my Firefox screen. Yeah, I have too many fucking tabs open, it's confusing. You and selector. Yeah, you're gonna be Firefox instead. A funny thing I can do here is like making the Firefox screen transparent. Or rather, like the white screen of my canvas transparent, and it's just text over the Firefox screen. It would be legible. In fact, that's probably like the best method, honestly. But I'll think about that for the next stream, because then everything will just fit way better for the setup. What is my fucking... Is episode 80 fun? I hope it is. Pomni should be having fun. Why is it Atomosphere? Is that Camilla? I think it is. Why is it Atomosphere? I want to watch that one real quick.
Typo. When I was making the song, I wasn't fluent in English. I'm still not, but I was way poorer than my current English. So naturally,
Atmosphere
I wanted to
sounds
the
fucking
correct
awesome.
spelling and the word atmosphere, but while I was manually typing the word of the title text, made a typo. So it ended up not atmosphere, but instead atomosphere.
That sounds like
I'm really grateful that people interpret it as a
yeah,
clever
that's
mix
what
of
I've been
atom and
interpreting.
atmosphere sometimes, but to be honest, it's always been a bit embarrassing for me to see in one of my most popular songs.
Like the really cool interpretation in my head right now would be like how Earth has like the atmosphere and like, the part where the sky actually ends. Like you can't escape the atmosphere's influence, Earth's gravitational pull. Like where does the sky really end? And which atoms are not a part of Earth's atmosphere, I guess. If they're orbiting Earth, they are a part of Earth's atmosphere, but I don't think the atmosphere really rotates with us. I'm really getting fucking sidetracked. Does the atmosphere... It should rotate like a satellite. Seems along with Earth. Because air isn't constantly blowing at like the speed of Earth's rotation. That would be horrible. Rotates roughly with Earth due to surface friction and pressure coupling. Wind speeds are measured relative to this co-rotating frame. Yeah, like the wind speed would constantly be full. Would it? Genuinely, what makes air rotate? It is not a rigid body. Uh, I guess I've just circled back to the main topic, but like, why do air molecules not rotate? I mean, they should be inert. They should not be like. What is the fucking force on them that is constantly making them rotate with us? Friction plus pressure. So like, there's a wall there, and let's say the Earth is rotating like this. Need to like resize this properly. Yeah, the Earth is rotating like this. There's a wall here. That's a horrible drawing. Go back. I feel fucking stupid. Key distinction, inertial. Roughly rotating. The hell do you mean by coupling? What does coupling here mean for air molecules? Notation becomes partial and irregular. Why is it being dragged so hard? How is it? It's liquid. Not liquid, fluid. Viscosity. That's such a weird visual. Let me tweet out the stream link. I don't think I have any actually like really personal details that I might give out here in my Firefox, unless I'm really fucking stupid and like click on the eye icon. Hey, who are you? Renegade boy. Share link. Okay. Hopefully no one will go far, like scroll far behind. Being stupid on the like first half of it.
Should I do the thing? So that's today's daily trivia of Camellia's music.
That is horrible. Fucking Camilla, bro. Camellia, not Camilla.
Exit
I've been
this
saying it wrong
Earth's
the entire fucking time.
atomosphere. Yes, you heard it right. It's a typo. When I was making the sign, I wasn't fluent in English.
Wait, who is this guy? Who are you? Should I follow you? I don't know if I should. It's like LK. What are those letters? That is not the usual hyperboreation. Cute twin tails line. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I should give this individual the follow back. Okay, I'll give it. Ben. Okay. Claude, fucking help me. Claude. Pressure coupling. I'll just open this up. It's hard to read on the small little tray. How do I fucking phrase this question again? Why does the atmosphere get dragged so hard on Earth? It is Earth. That's Earth. We have a bunch of fluids around us. Oh, so many fluids. I understand like the pressure part. Like there's a wall there. There's more air there. That probably makes like wind and stuff. Horrible illustrations. But, like, yeah, I can see why like uh this is like a geography topic. This is not a physics topic. Like, why does drag exist? Why are like atmosphere convections like a thing? But like, it just feels really weird that we actually drag air so much just by rotating. Like, that's a fluid. I need like a fucking video of this. There needs to be like a little physical model where there's like a sphere and sphere atmosphere model with sphere rotating. Fluid dynamics. There we go. Perfect. What the fuck is happening, man? That is inside the sphere. The normal force that I don't accept this one. I guess gravity is the normal force. Yeah. Yeah, this is correct. I'm I'm so fucking sidetracked, but this is like annoying me. How does the fucking Earth drag so much air? What is the speed in which the atmosphere rotates at? It should be like faster than the ground, like, just because the radius is increasing. Oh yeah, and that too, at like the equator versus the poles. I feel like there should just be way more wind. We're really rotating fast and like liquid. That's fucking liquid. I keep confusing liquid and fluid, but like, this is pissing me off. Okay, Claude. Uh, how are we dragging fluid? The parentheses, the atmosphere, so much along with our rotation on Earth. I can understand if there was like a wall behind pushing. Like it gets to something circular, like air pushes up air from behind. Well, like there's not that much friction. You should not be they should not be following along that fast of us. If that makes sense. Like just think about the friction on like the ground. With like mountains and stuff, it makes sense. That's why there's like a lot of okay, everything is making sense now that I'm like thinking, wow. That is how like wind currents work. They like bounce off of mountains with Earth's rotation. Hmm. This is really just like a geography topic. Wind, current, graph, geography. Yeah, this is the thing I'm thinking of. There's another thing that I never understood, like the intuition for in geography class. Wonder if I'm getting viewers. Hello, one viewer. What's up, Lilia? Hi. Sup, XDXD. Like, the I remember something like these being from pressure and these being from temperature. Dun, 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 dun. Hi, bro. Hi, sis. I mean, bro. They got trades. Trade winds, westerlies. That is not how I learned their names in Turkish. Warm, cold. Hmm. Rising moist air, sinking dry air. The fuck is this? Is too complicated. I'm at like a whole nother level now. Sorry, bro. Sorry. Go in, go in. Okay, back to Claude. How are we dragging this much fucking liquid? Like you can think of Earth roughly as just like a sphere that's pretty much smooth. And in my mind, if okay, we're not boxed in anything. Space is just free space. Let me okay, I'm getting the pen out again. There's the Earth. There's the polar axis. We be rotating like this. It's smooth, and there's just like a whole bunch of liquid around us. Why are we dragging it so fucking hard? Like, there's normal forces from gravity all around. Doesn't matter which direction, like, it's radially. We're spinning like that. And we're somehow dragging the entire fucking atmosphere along with us. Bye bye. Hmm. That's weird. Uh, aren't we? Like, it's all just friction in general. Pretty smooth. No, why am this is such a hard bad prompt. Aren't we? Why am I saying we? Isn't the Earth in general a pretty low fr it is just low friction, like how could friction drag so much fucking liquid along with it? In general, a smooth sphere with low friction on its surface. I guess I'm just not thinking like in a grand enough scheme here. Not just surface friction. Gravity is the primary mechanism. Yeah, but like, hmm. I guess it is just like a constant force that's They're just rotating really fucking fast though. They shouldn't be able to keep up with us. Incredible, bro. Yeah, it flips. It has winds. Hmm. Aside from all of this, we are also moving through space, like, really fast along with the solar system. But that part of gravity I can understand it. Yeah, of course, gravity is like not letting the fucking uh, atmosphere escape us. I can understand that. That's just like satellites. Well, like, it just doesn't make sense in my head right now. Like liquids aren't rigidly connected to Earth's surface. Yeah, doesn't fucking feel powerful enough, Claude. Oh, okay, wait, okay. Now I'm getting somewhere. Once that mass is already rotating. That is that is something that's true. Why is Earth rotating in the first place? We're just rotating just cause. Right? We already were rotating. It never like started rotating with us. It was always stick to us. Like it has this just this much momentum, like from its birth, bro. From when it started. Drag just maintains an already existing state, fighting only gradual losses. Yeah, I guess like energy isn't escaping. Yeah, okay, I'm satisfied with this explanation, I guess. We should just keep rotating because we are rotating. Okay, I have another question. How much energy, how much are we getting from the sun versus how much we're losing? Is Earth losing energy or gaining energy? Probably we're gaining because of the sun. As a whole system in general, is the sun feeding us enough? Wow, this is fucked up. What about the other planets? This is too much of a fucking coincidence. No, fuck the moon, bro. Not even how Heaven has the moon ever helped us? Hmm. Moon's a bitch, man. There's like a thing, there's like a little panic about helium. We're gonna run out of helium. I remember that one. This is kind of insane to think about. Are you serious? Or just like incoming equals outgoing going roughly? What about other planets? Is it the same for them outgoing roughly? Roughly? Bitch, let me do it. I can't do the wiggly equals. I don't know how to do it. Hmm. Yeah, I'm not gonna get a single fucking exercise done today. I'm just too fucking distracted by this like stupid question that's bye bye, go away. All of this fucking go away. I need to log back in. After I read this little one. Uranus barely emits any excess heat at all. Hehe, lol. That's pretty cool. Bros, we still on we have so much to explore about the universe, bros. What a freaking anomaly, bros. Jack's off right after eating spicy tteokbokki without washing my hands. Hmm. Radiator balance. How else would it like? How else would an energy traverse through space? It's all like radiation, right? There's like gravitational waves. Uh, are gravitational waves like significant energy-wise? Are we losing money, the fucking energy from gravitation? I don't think so. That's just like there's no like lose your yeah. I don't think I don't think that matters. Venus is worth mentioning separately. The fuck do you mean? Why are we mentioning this one separately? Its runaway greenhouse effect means it is in a kind of trapped balance, enormous energy cycling internally in the atmosphere, but still roughly in equilibrium at its hellish surface temperature. I don't fucking get it. Helium rain? Helium condenses and rains down through the hydrogen interior, releasing gravitational energy as heat. What the fuck it matters? Gravitational energy matters. As heat? What the hell is this? This is fucking cool. This is good world building stuff. I've never heard of these. Residual primordial heat. That part just makes sense. Like, what even is an Earth core? It's not like a star or anything. It's literally just like a whole bunch of lava that's just like teleologically, that's it's just meant to get cooled down eventually. Hmm. There's probably a bunch of fucking cool phenomena on other planets that we have no clue about. Mars is probably really boring though. Mars looks boring, but like fucking Saturn, helium rain, that's awesome. Helium condenses and rains down from the hydrogen interior. What are you even talking about? This is too foreign to me. Okay. Uh, Let me hop on homework 13 real quick. Okay. Back on track. Okay, first variation. I go on like these little stupid tangents of just learning random shit and I just forget it immediately. And eventually I'll just go like fucking relearn stupid shit like why is the atmosphere rotating along with Earth over and over again like 3 times. Perpetual fucking motion where incoming equals outgoing. The fucking information leaving my brain equals the information going into my brain. Okay, a whole bunch of fucking useless tabs. Okay. First variation. Something like a cross product here. Let's see how this works. Why did we divide by 4 here? Okay. First, why did your sign change? I can't be getting confused by this already. Okay, Claude, help. Why did the sign change? Explain this step already. I don't get it. New chat. Why did... Okay. Explain derivation step. I think I might need to give it context regarding like the variable though. This one. Okay. 2 concurrent viewers. Who are these people, bro? Hmm. I don't know if the OBS Firefox screen is even big enough for anyone to read. Stream quality probably fucking sucks because I have 0 subscribers. Like, YouTube cannot be giving me like 1080p or some shit. Or maybe they are, who knows? YouTube is benevolent. Setup. Yeah, just make shit up. A veal bane or a gauge connection. Who cares? Okay, it's just the AI is getting sidetracked. You just explained the fucking step, bro. Hmm. It's trying to explain every single element, but I just want to know, like, what fucking manipulation did you do here? Why did the sign change? This, that is just, that is not just that. Oh, okay. Wait. Oh, okay, I see. The 2 from here cancels that out, and we get another one from this one. And this is just like, if you expand that, like this, -2. I'm too dyslexic for this shit. Hmm. What if I just ask Claude to expand it out? Uh, expand out second expression to reach the first. Just like work it back. Yeah, all of this is just this. Oh, there's a fucking derivative. Okay. I'm fuck. There we go. Okay, it makes sense now. Back. Okay. The derivative of this thing will just be a product rule. Dot equals 2 this plus uh okay, wait. I got confusing. This plus 2 and the derivative of the variation. So this term is just this term, and we have to subtract. No, that term is this term, so we have to subtract the other one. Okay. Shit is making sense. Then this was not a cross product. Um, he expands this out. Okay, another step there. I have to work it backwards, I think. If I expand word to a hmm. No, he just did the same thing to this one. This and this and this. They are all the same. This one. why would anyone think to do this? This is such like complicated bullshit. And I'm not even at the worst step yet. Why is this a cross product? PMO, bro. Mm, this turns to that. Why does this one turn to that? I see this. I really just don't want to do this entire multiplication. Because working it back implies that I'd have to expand all of this out, and I'd have to do this fucking multiplication between these two. I might just okay. I'll just accept that that is that maybe. Why not? Screenshot and send to Claude. Explain shit properly. Okay, you did not have to do this one. I understood it by my own. New chat. Explain why expressions are equal. And here's your context. E0 equals 2 a dot. Give me a good answer, bro. Okay, yeah, work it back, bro. Go ahead. Yeah, you can do that. So, this is all that. This gives that. Yeah. Expand it. Okay, maybe I didn't need to do the whole multiplication. You didn't even get the correct answer. Fucking stupid asshole, bro. Okay. I trust you with my life, Claude. Take me on this ride. There. Instead, the direct route is clearer. Note that the scalar part in our product satisfies. Oh, it is doing a multiplication. Okay. When it just does this, I like just going, can you explain the path that led you to the right answer? Okay, it is being just dulled. Like, you're fucking stupid. Okay. You're confusing me even more than I was, Fraud. You're no good. I'll just do it myself. Minus 2 A dots. Equals. Okay, this is what I want to prove. Um, that is what I want to prove. I'll work it backwards. Claude may not like it, but I think that is the best way here. Holy shit, 8 DMs by my housemate. I'll get back to you later, bro. I'm doing something. Help me out, music. Okay, I'll just substitute. Back goes. So you get not where the parentheses should go. Because expanding this one out. That goes away. And we're left with A. A. The conjugates cancel each other. I can take this. A is a quaternion. Both minus signs. I don't think the minus sign is supposed to change. Because it thinks of W as a complex number rather than a vector. So it's like double negatives canceling each other out. So it will be something like this. Then this, then this. L. These two go away. And then we get. It should. Yeah. What? Am I stupid? I might be stupid. There's an A missing. I swear on my life. There's an A missing. Yes, there's an A missing. Okay. This is 2A star. A to A star del A. They go away, they cancel each other out. 2 del A. So there should not be an A here. Okay. Okay, everything should be fine now. Yeah, it tracks, but why would anyone think of doing this step? Why would anyone think of doing this? This is a bullshit step. That's bullshit. And if you... Since we've come this far, I might as well finish the derivation here. Go away. Dal A, and this also exists, doesn't get cancelled out, and this is equals what is it? To a dot. So this is minus to a star a dot well a. Where does the a star disappear onto? I definitely have the wrong definition for W0. Which is it? It's like the one I most recently clicked on. Not equations of motions, I think it's this one. Boy, what happened to my Ox play? Error? Oh, man. Okay, Ox play. Okay, maybe it's an OBS issue. Capture the right thing, bitch. Stupid asshole. There we go. Yep. Derivation still going strong. Hello to viewers. Bye-bye. Okay. What is W0? Give me the fucking formula. I know it's in here somewhere. There we go. Okay. I think I had it wrong here then. Such a bother setting this screen up. I think I'm gonna do the idea I had there, like, this is just gonna be the entire background of the Firefox screen, and the text is gonna be over like a green screen or like a transparent screen. I think I can do that. I don't know how they get like transparent text, like all those education channels. Like, they just be writing on like a transparent PNG video. I don't know how they do it. Are they writing over like a fucking green screen? Anyway, this is the formula. And I wrote the correct one for this. But for the other one, I did not write. No, I did. I wrote the correct one for both of them. Okay, so I just did the derivation then. Fucking start over, I guess. Go away. Bye 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 bye. Oh. When I do this right, it's gonna work though, I'm pretty sure. Okay. You want to prove this? We have the expression here. Oops, not that one. That one. And it's just gonna work out. Everything's gonna cancel out properly. But like, why would anyone jump from that step to that? There's so much math viz stuff happening in this stupid problem. It's annoying. Go, 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 go down here. Oh, 400%. Zoom. Okay. This step is causing me. I'm not even at the horrible step here. The fucking cross product. Why is this turning into a cross product? Who knows? But at least I can explain this part, I guess. Hopefully, it'll work out. So, this is just 2 times this cancels with that, cancels with that. So it's turning into. I can just expand the conjugate too while I'm at it. Let's add another step here. V0 conjugate. A conjugate. Oh, I just realized my problem. I put in just the expression for W0 instead of the conjugate of W0. Which, okay. Now, rather just like, I can just like write it all out again, I guess. But it is gonna work 100%. We know W0 from this. Taking the conjugate of W0, which is just this. Taking the conjugate would make it. Would it give it like a minus sign? I'm not sure. It is gonna give it a minus sign. It's just a complex number. So minus. Okay, I'm not gonna do it like that. Oh, my mind hurts. No, it doesn't. The conjugate should just be the conjugate. I don't think I need to put a minus sign. Unless. No, I think this is fucking stupid. I'm getting stuck on something stupid here. Okay. If you take the conjugate of V0, where W0 equals 2A conjugate A dots, where A is a versor. Don't make note of the signs, I guess. Is the sign not gonna change? Are you serious? Why am I thinking this? Why am I thinking that A conjugate equals minus A? Okay, I'm completely stupid. Of course that's not how it works. I'm just gonna have to, there's no sign change. I'm literally just gonna conjugate it. 2 dot conjugate A. Okay, easy. So putting it down here, minus 2 dot a star delta a, these two cancel out, and we've reached it. Okay, that was like 30 minutes for one step of the derivation. This is only part A. This is not even part A, this is the fucking preamble. I'm tired, I'm gonna watch a fucking video. I'm gonna watch fucking YouTube. I'll watch the fucking wildfire video. Yay.
I've been thinking about wildfires this summer. We've been seeing catastrophic ones in specific heat of the fuel. That is, how much energy it needs to increase its temperature. But wait, we also have to consider the moisture content of the fuel. This leaves us with a pre-ignition heat equation that comprises some parameters. We can go on-site to sample the fuel and determine these variables, but we can also use charts that list them for well-known fuel types. The full equation yields the rate of spread, which can be used to estimate how fast a fire could propagate. But, as we've seen, this model makes a lot of simplifications. It assumes that fuel is uniformly
Okay.
It assumes that fuel is uniformly distributed, which is the case for lab settings, but not wild areas. It is
Wild
also limited
areas
to
are pretty
surface fires. You
homogeneous.
cannot use it to predict crown fires, which happen when flames reach tree branches. By Rothermel's own account, this model is not suitable to
I
forecasting
don't know, I
ongoing
feel like every
fire,
place has
because
like
it is not
a
reliable
similar
enough.
amount of branches.
But its simplicity allows it to be easily computed by hand or
Forests
by
are
a
so
state-of-the-art
homogeneous. This
TI-59
is stupid.
programmable calculator, which facilitated its adoption. The model has been refined by subsequent researchers to address its shortcomings, and it is still used by modern, more accurate fire modeling programs like FlamMap, Farsight, or Behave Plus. To use these programs, we first have to obtain data that describe a real terrain. One database with the required data is Landfire, managed by the US Forestry Service and the Department of Interior. It provides a topology of the US territory as well as fuel models and information about canopy, so how high and dense the foliage of trees gets. Landfire was initially designed to study wildfires, but the dataset became so thorough that it's also used for ecological restoration projects and carbon balance studies. The Canadian government manages similar databases for its own territory, as well as provides a topology of the US territory, but the dataset became so thorough that it's also used for ecological restoration
So much data.
projects and carbon balance studies. The Canadian government manages similar databases for its own territory, as well as the Australian government and other countries. Maintaining datasets represents a large effort, but wildfires cause billions US dollars worth of damage every year, so monitoring them is a good investment.
Turkey fuel map database. Do we have one? No, not gas stations, bro. I don't know how I'd search for this anyway. Whatever. Turkey
Here,
can
I've used Landfire data to run a far-side simulation that predicts how a fire might spread given an initial ignition point and weather conditions. It uses Rothermel's model to compute spread rate, but that's just one element. The Huygens-Fresnel principle simulates 2D propagation by treating every point of the fire perimeter as a source of heat. Additional equations simulate crown fires and other phenomena. There are a lot of equations at play, but that is still an approximation of reality that does not hold in some contexts, like when simulating interactions between fires. Other programs, like Prometheus, developed in Canada, use similar approximations
I feel
but
like
rely
all
on
fires
different
should be
models.
crown
And
fires.
researchers are still improving these
Why
computer
wouldn't
programs
fire
to make
go
them
up?
more accurate and easier to maintain. I have focused on empirical
Why would it just
models,
stay at
which
the
derive
surface?
equations from observations. We can also use physics-based models like FDS or FireTech, which use computational fluid dynamics to simulate fire propagation in a 3D space.
Fuck
Again,
fluid
those are
dynamics,
not
bro.
perfect simulations. They make some approximations,
PMO.
but they can modelize phenomena more accurately and yield better results. At the same time, they are more computationally expensive and take more time to run. All fire modeling programs are limited by computational speed. There's always a trade-off between how realistic and how fast you want your results. Instead of aiming for perfect simulations, fire control agencies develop practical models that approximate reality to an appropriate level, depending on their objectives. Apart from numerical simulations, a more recent type of fire modeling tools are machine learning models. I know we're all sick of hearing
Why?
it, but a machine learning model learns to perform a task by analyzing a large amount of data during a
Why are we sick of hearing it?
process called training. For example, a model can ingest satellite images and learn to forecast wildfires. When presented with a satellite image it has never seen before, the model predicts potential fires. It's not guaranteed to get it right all the time, of course, but if trained correctly, it can offer good results.
I like how its eyes
Machine
are
learning really
ours.
shines when we have a large amount of high-quality data, and that's the case here. For example, the ERA 5 dataset contains weather observations from 1940s to present, and the Canadian National Fire Database lists wildfires that have occurred since the 70s. Models trained with these data can outperform older forecasting techniques, and to illustrate that, I'll talk about GraphCast,
I guess
a
the
weather
landscape
prediction
doesn't
machine learning
change
model.
much.
GraphCast represents the weather as a
The
0.25
foliage
latitude
and fuel
longitude grid
density should...
that gives around 1 million points for the entire planet. Each
Wait,
point
no, that
corresponds to
doesn't make
multiple
any sense,
variables like
actually.
temperature or pressure, so we obtain around 236
Every
million
forest
values
is
in
kinda
total.
unique.
That represents global weather at
Well,
a specific point in
I
time.
feel like machine learning
This
shouldn't be
representation is
the
fed
branch
to a
for this,
graph
but I
neural
guess if it
network
works, it
arranged
works.
in an encoder processor decoder configuration. This means that the model first maps the input to an internal representation that gets processed iteratively and then decoded by the final layer back into the original format.
Okay,
That gives
wait.
For example, the ERA 5 dataset contains weather observations from 1940s to present, and the Canadian National Fire Database lists wildfires that have occurred since the 70s. Models trained with these data can outperform older forecasting techniques, and to illustrate that, I'll talk about GraphCast, a weather prediction machine learning model. GraphCast represents the weather as a 0.25 latitude-longitude grid that gives around 1 million points for the entire planet.
What?
Latitude-longitude model. GraphCast represents the weather as a 0.25 latitude-longitude grid that gives around 1 million points for the entire planet. Each point corresponds to multiple variables like temperature or pressure, so we obtain around 236 million values in total. That represents global weather at a specific point in time. This representation is fed to a graph neural network arranged in an encoder processor decoder configuration. This means that the model first maps the input to an internal representation that gets processed iteratively and then decoded by the final layer back into the
Input. Transfer the input into an internal representation. Internal representation in a neural network. Okay.
the original format. That gives a prediction for the weather 6 hours later. If we want to predict farther into the future, we can feed the prediction back to the model and obtain another 6-hour prediction. This is called auto-regression. Technically, we can do that as many times as we want to predict the weather arbitrarily far into the future.
I'm doing
but
that.
Predictions get less and less accurate as we do that. That's because the weather is highly sensitive to small effects. Minute differences in wind speed or temperature may not seem like they could influence the weather much initially, but their impact compounds.
Oh, hi, bro. Yeah, I know who you are. Subbed. Reacting to your channel, let's see. I never actually beat Spam to Neo yet. I'm gonna do like a Snowgrave route. Probably this one. I'll get started with that one. I'm almost done with chapter 4. There, just like the normal route. Then I'll start from chapter 2 and do this, whatever this is. What is this? This is just a messed up type again. Does he have like a cool big attack like shield? Oh, he does. Yes, he's too rich. He's still gonna blow the cash in the economy. Air crackles of freedom. Okay. That's tough, bro. Fucking tough. Don't look at my recommended videos, bro. You are my #1 viewer now. Congrats. You've beaten Lily as my #1 fan. John McCain.
My friends, Senator John McCain here to wish you warm and festive greetings on this 4th of July, and a reminder that the real fireworks
July
will
6th.
begin this November on Election Day. Join
What?
on Election Day will begin this November. Fireworks that the real fireworks will begin
I
this
thought it said
November
wildfires.
on
I
Election
was
Day.
like, how is it on topic?
Join with me, my friends. Join with me in celebrating America's birthday. And remember, if you have any pets, especially dogs, keep them inside during the festivities. Thank you, my friends,
Cool
and God
content,
bless
man.
America.
I'm back to my video.
Over time. A simple way to visualize this phenomenon is the double pendulum. It's an apparatus made of 2 rods that can rotate independently. Now let's take 2 identical pendulums, make the initial angle of their outermost rod differ by 1 degree, and release them. At first, the 2 pendulums move around in practically the same motion, but the little difference in their initial configuration gradually amplifies. If we wait long enough, their motions become completely different, not because of randomness or external factors, but all because of slightly different start configurations. This is called chaos, and it's a whole field of research. Some systems, like double local disturbances, can affect the system in unpredictable ways, and that limits the field of research. Some systems, like double pendulums or the atmosphere, are extremely sensitive to initial conditions, which makes them hard to predict. Even if we use very detailed measurements, small local disturbances can affect the system in unpredictable ways, and that limits how far into the future we can reliably predict their behavior. But GraphCast is still pretty good. It is on par with the integrated forecasting system, the gold standard.
I don't think
for
wildfires are
weather
that chaotic.
predictions. The IFS essentially functions as a physics-based
Wildfires
model. It has
feel
to solve
a lot
lot
like
of complex
fluid
equations,
dynamics,
so
which is
its
chaotic
predictions
a
are
little bit, I
computationally
guess,
expensive.
but like
Meanwhile, GraphCast takes a lot of time to train, but it learns to extract relevant features from
computation, it
data to
shouldn't be
make
that hard.
forecasts, which makes its predictions much faster. GraphCast has some drawbacks. It handles uncertainty more poorly than the IFS, and it has a lower spatial resolution, but it will certainly get better over time. Global weather prediction models like GraphCast are useful for fire control agencies. For instance, they help anticipate where lightning might start fires. But machine learning has also been applied specifically to wildfire prediction. And just like the weather, wildfires are chaotic. Pieces of amber can fly off and trigger fires elsewhere. Wind can change direction. Rain can show up. These events affect fires in unpredictable ways. There are some open source wildfire prediction models. Instead of using global data like GraphCast, They use local ones because they focus on small-scale phenomena. The input data can be a grid whose cells correspond to a particular area with measurements like whether a
Saying it's
fire is
chaotic
occurring or
like the
not,
weather
soil humidity,
doesn't
or average
really
temperature.
give me a great idea. Because, like, yeah, of course, like, we can predict the weather even though it is chaotic.
One
Wildfires
way
are
to
just
analyze
way
that
more
kind of
central
data
than
is
the
to
weather.
use a
We should be
neural
able to. We should
network
be
with
predicting this
convolutional
pretty
layers
well
that
if you have like a
extract
fucking
features from neighboring
fuel
cells
source
and dense layers
database
that
and
further
everything.
process data to obtain predictions. One problem with machine learning is that in most cases we don't really understand what's going on under the hood. In numerical simulations like Farsight, you can read the documentation to see exactly what equations are used to determine the effects of variables like slope and fire propagation. With
Pre-C
machine
plus
learning,
111 code.
we don't
Oh
really
no,
have
bro.
access to this. The models implicitly derive equations by analyzing a lot of examples.
Okay.
But we don't know exactly how they did it. They probably learned that slope affects fire propagation in some way, but the precise influence of that variable is not accessible to us as a clear equation. Some models are designed specifically to be explainable, but there remain some difficulties to
XAI.
interpret the predictions.
XAI was a
challenge is
thing
that
in
private companies
2022.
remain some
That's not the
difficulties to
same XAI. Oh, explainable artificial intelligence. Okay. That is not Elon Musk.
interpret the predictions. Another challenge is that private
The fuck is
companies remain
XAI?
some difficulties to
Whatever, I
interpret
don't
the
care.
predictions. Another challenge is that private companies developing fire prediction models are not fully transparent. They don't disclose their architectures or the data they've used for training. And yeah, I know, they have to pay their employees. It's normal that they maintain some trade secrets. It's just that this makes their models harder to validate.
Why is
Machine
wildfires
learning
like
is
even
really
related to
promising,
fucking trade secrets? Aren't all national parks like fucking national? They're not privatized. This is stupid.
but its application to wildfire prediction is still relatively new
Why is this
and
even
comes with
related to
some
fucking
interpretability
like,
challenges. I've focused on
why
how
is this
computer
like just
programs
not
can
free
predict
use?
fires. Now I want to
Like,
talk about what we can
free
do with those
software.
predictions. The most obvious use cases are preparing fire suppression plans and evacuations, but they are also useful for land management. For starters, fire is an inherent part of the planet's ecology and has been part of it for millions of years. When fire ravages an area, it makes more sunlight available on the ground and it releases nutrients. Pioneer species adapted to that kind of barren environment then colonize and restore it. Some of these species, like giant sequoias and white birches, depend on fire to reproduce.
White
They
bitches.
only grow in full sun, so a mature forest has to burn down for them to thrive. Eucalypti have an even pettier strategy. They make a flammable oil that intensifies wildfires, and thanks to their fire resistance mechanisms, they are more likely to survive than other trees during a fire, thus outcompeting them. Also,
You're not a tree, bro. This should all be accounted for in the fucking fuel database.
So, if there is no fire for an extended duration, trees might become crowded, and flammable material may accumulate, leading to potentially larger, more uncontrollable fires. Suppressing fire too much hurts multiple species and makes catastrophes more dangerous. Indigenous people understood the importance of fire and developed controlled burns. They would intentionally start small fires, which had multiple benefits. For instance, it promoted the growth of beneficial plants and made large fires less likely. I want to emphasize that ecosystems are varied and do not benefit from the same types of fire. Some are adapted to less frequent fires, and carrying out controlled burns can harm them. Indigenous people did not use controlled burns everywhere. Their use of fire was diverse and tailored to specific regions and needs. Colonial laws made controlled burns illegal, which has led to more severe wildfires, but attitudes have shifted over time. Fire control agencies, initially laser-focused on suppressing fire at all costs, have come to recognize fire as necessary for the environment. Nowadays, they can let some non-dangerous wildfires burn without intervention, and they start controlled burns, even though this idea was met with some skepticism at first. There are also modern initiatives led by native communities to carry out controlled burns on their land. Notice that I keep calling them controlled burns. Not all fires are good, especially when they are triggered in near human estate by people with no experience and left without supervision. That can cause the near human estate by people with not all fires are good, especially when they are triggered in near human estate by people with no experience and left without supervision.
Who's Quebec, man? Is this not a... If it's a controlled burn, why are we blaming it all on one fucking Quebecois man? Okay.
That can cause disasters and evacuations. Around 85% of wildfires are caused by humans in the US. The proportion is lower in Canada because the population density is lower, but it remains non-negligible. Reducing the number of fires inadvertently
Dude,
triggered by humans
I go
is
on
part
these
of responsible
tangents
land
because
management.
my brain gets
Controlled
like...
burns are also
I lose interest after doing like a few steps of this stupid derivation. Like, what is the next step we have now? Like, from here to here, I have no clue how he simplified it like this, but like, I'll get to it after the video.
part of land management, but they are not a perfect, all-encompassing solution. They don't fully eliminate the risk of large fires. In rare cases, they can go out of hand, and they are not suitable for some areas, like those close to cities. Fire control agencies can use alternative methods in these cases, such as mechanical treatment. By cutting branches
Okay.
or bulldozing through sections of a forest, they can make fuel more difficult to burn and create protective barriers, which renders wildfires less likely.
I watched this guy because he's a computer channel, but he didn't even talk about any computer shit.
And in many remote areas, controlled burns are not even required. We can just let fires burn naturally while monitoring them to ensure that they don't put anyone at risk. Selecting the right land management techniques is complex and depends on multiple factors, and it will become more challenging with climate change. Now, back to the main topic, computer models are useful for that. They can help researchers identify regions more at risk of large fires and find areas that would benefit the most from controlled burns. Some computer models are designed specifically to investigate
can I see
that.
who's watching?
Programs don't replace on-site research, but they can complement it. I will also highlight the social component of land management. People might not understand the purpose of controlled burns and decide to pressure agencies into suppressing all fires, even when that goes against scientific consensus. And I will not shame these people. Wildfires can be terrifying. It's normal to fear them. Rather than patronizing the public, we should share clear information and build trust so that communities and fire control agencies can agree on the safest, most efficient land management strategies. And
I would not
that's the
trust
thing
the
that
Turkish
computers
government
alone
with
cannot
controlled
do.
fires.
We've seen that wildfire modeling tools are limited.
I watched all of these, I think. Right? Yeah.
Computers generate 3D images by projecting shapes onto a plane, converting them into pixels, and adjusting their textures. GPUs have accelerated advances in artificial intelligence.
So I think this video is like contains this one topics in general. Okay, back to physics homework. Why? Why is this happening? Okay, this one's separated out, but this cross product here. This is geometric algebra at work. And I gotta ask why it's at work here. Claude, help me out, man. Yeah, that is, I know it's like a quaternion multiplication. With no real part, I think. General formula for quaternion multiplication in dot and cross product. This is like geometric algebra again. The inner product and the outer product, but I don't remember that topic. I'd rather just memorize uh, the quaternion multiplication because that's the only one I always need. For full quaternions, yes, this. But since there's no real part, these go away. Much less minus that's yeah, okay. PQ plus, is this plus or minus? Minus. So this, which is this. Okay. Easy enough. Or is it? No, it's not easy enough. What is P and what is Q here? P is the entirety of this expression. Yeah, the anti-commutator. EQ plus QP. Uh, 2P x Q equals. Oh, that is way too big. And yeah, I'm done with that part for now. Two PXQ. That is 2 times it. Yeah, that's why that's gone. And it's PQ minus QP. So that's PQ minus QP. How are the conjugates working here? PQ minus QP. P. That's also P. The, the conjugates are not right. No. Oh, never mind. No, this goes here. So that's like, these A's are obviously gonna get cancelled out because they're only left with W and E. I'm not sure what's Latin character this is. Epsilon? Might be epsilon. E0 conjugate W0 minus, that's all 1/2, minus W0 E0 W0 conjugate. The thing that's getting conjugated is different. That is like my main qualm with this. Do I need to expand it even more? Why would that turn to equals v0 times v0? Why? Why the conjugates? I'm going on Twitter. Philosophical? Who is this guy? Boy, who are you? I don't know any of this shit. Why would you get a fucking PhD in this?
We built this city. We built this city on rock and roll. Built this city. We built this city on rock and roll.
Okay. That makes sense. Is the minus sign gone here? Yeah, it's... Yeah. Yep. Correct. Okay. I can accept this. I'm okay with this. This is okay. I'm not a hater of this. Here's my favorite part. I like variational calculus. Okay. Let's start with the action. That's supposed to be the action, right? Yeah. First part of the action, yes. 1/2 v0 dot I0, which is the body frame inertia. Of t dt from t0 to t1. We can make this smaller now, I guess. T0 to t1. for first part of the action. Now, with variational calculus now. Even the first step is confusing me right now. We want to add an epsilon to... It's just like something like this. We want to add a small perturbation. Vary it a little. Epsilon is a really small number. B0 plus... That's what I defined, right? That's the whole thing we derived here. Just like... What even is the variable here? Function of t. It feels so weird varying the quaternion itself. What even is the variation of the quaternion? Like a quaternion is like element of R4. But it's a versor, so probably doesn't matter. It just has to vanish at the endpoints again. Still feels weird introducing the variation at like this level into it, then still calling this also the variation. They can both be the variation, I don't mind it. Sure. Doesn't I... Oh no, I is just a constant. But why aren't we not varying the other W also? How do I transform this into that like, immediately? Go back all the way. This is the first thing I need to figure out. Why is the variation of the objective function? Why does this disappear in particular? Turns to variation of S1 equals T0 to T1 Weird stuff. I need to see an example of the variation again. VC recap. Oh, no, I remember. D epsilon, and where I see v0, I replace it with v0 plus epsilon del v0, which is something we've defined already. If I need to do this. So this turns into 1 over 2 v0 plus e del v0. Oh, the first step was like the really hard part, computing the variation of omega 0. But from then on, should not be too hard. I0, which is just a constant. I mean, not really a constant, a matrix. That goes... dt. And this distributes over all of this. The epsilon. Instead of t is 1, I'll just write like 1 and 0 to 1. And in fact, why am I even writing the integral bounds? Who cares? Who even writes integral bounds in 2020 fucking 6? Tung 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 tung. What is like the operation order here actually? I might be being stupid here, but dot product has the distributive property. I can take 1 over 2 out. Do I distribute the dot product first? Or the matrix multiplication? I don't think it matters. That is just horrible. Why did I write it like that? Delete. Plotted with I0, V0 plus I0 epsilon del V0 dt. Epsilon's a constant, it can go out. So then I distribute the dot product. Hmm. 1 over 2 E over D E integral It's like another stupid fucking question. Dot product of A plus B dot C plus D. How does this work? expression of a plus b dot c plus d. Is it really distributive? Okay, it is. That's it. Nice. So that should be w0 dot I0 E0, which has no terms that are dependent on epsilon, cancels out from the derivative, plus this has an epsilon term, w0 dot epsilon I0 del 0. And that's why that's why the 1/2 is gonna cancel out in the end. Plus, because we're gonna have two terms that are like this. And the other one's just gonna, from the product rule, E0 epsilon epsilon squared, there's gonna be an epsilon squared term here, which is gonna disappear because we're evaluating it at epsilon equals 0. Yep. Hashtag awesome. So, then that is the correct expression. It has been verified. It has been tried and tested. It doesn't matter which comes first in a dot product. So I can just say del v0 what about this? Does it matter when I apply the I0 matrix? Does it matter which to I apply the I0 matrix? Let me make this to make sense in my head before I write it down. He's going, so it's gonna be something like this. I think there's a property that's like this. Oops. Equals there is a property where these two can commute with each other with I in the middle of them. I don't know why my professor proved that one. In fact, let me ask Claude, how do you prove that? V dot, there's a new chat topic. V and V are vectors. I0 is the body frame inertia tensor. Prove V dot I0 V equals V dot I0V. When I call W and V will like the same. That does get confusing, I guess. Like, I'm just too used to it. I'm not calling shit W. I kinda like this one. Tum tum tum. Yep, I know that. True shit. Okay. I agree with your derivation, TA, Mr. Teaching Assistant. All is good in the world. Okay. Gotta do variational calculus on this now. Ooh, scary. What is this for? Time derivative? Surely. Yeah, that's the time derivative. Just putting this over here. Okay. Time derivative plus 0 cross product 0 parentheses dot I0 dt. Now, what the hell did you do here? Hello, number one viewer. This stuff's gonna confuse the shit out of me, I can already tell. Is it just that property again? How are you getting a time derivative? Dots. How did you put all of this into a dot product of E0? Probably work backwards. This is not in the top. If I dot it with this is still not gonna go in there. This is a really weird term. Where did you come from? Claude. There. Explain step. Oh, okay. Integration by parts, I guess. How am I supposed to see that? Why would I know I want that expression? Are we trying to remove the dot from this? Probably. Okay, we don't want the variation having a derivative. That makes sense. The variation should be underrated. Don't really see the dot product still though. Okay. Need a blank canvas here. We want to get rid of this. probably want to expand the dot product first. It's crazy how many fucking little steps he skips in the derivation, and it's still this many steps. There's so much with fucking that I just have to ask AI all the time. So it's not gonna touch this. That expression should still be in there. Will it? Maybe it does touch that. If I spread this out. The term that's supposed to be confusing is this one. So the other one should just exist in the ending expression. Is dot product distributable over cross product? Okay, another fucking question, I guess. Is C dot. This is. I could probably do this if I could probably derive this myself, but I'm lazy. BXC. What is the expansion of A dot BXC? Yeah. Is it not straightforward? This equals the determinant? No, give me a fucking proper expression. The fuck do you mean this equals the determinant? I guess it does. It's like... Like, I can distribute this over this. Surely. This equals the determinant. Fuck off. Give me a fucking something I can write down. Does it equal, like, how can I write this? How can I just write down determinant, bro? This song sucks. Who's Coda Banks? I hate her voice. Skipping all her shit. Is there an expansion of this? Okay. Whatever. I'll listen to this guy. Kinda wanna double check this. Do I? If this is 0, 0 times any quaternion is 0. Okay. I don't need to double check that, I guess. He's also isolating that term. But I don't know what to do with the rest of the term. I can do this. Why? Why can I do this? V0. How are you going in there? Okay, we're just making shit up now. No, I don't like this. I don't like this, bro. What are we talking about here? Explain third class product. Need to transform. I want to prove this. axp.c equals. I can prove this one. I know how to prove this one. Right? Yeah, I do. axp.c equals eijk aibj k dot c k
so obsessed, I go to bed, I get undressed, I lie in bed, look at the ceiling, and I find you in my head. Yet again, I wash my hair, I tell myself that I don't care about the guys you find appealing, or what's under what you wear. I'm so obsessed when my day ends, I wanna tell you all about it, on the roof with you and shout it, trying to find a way around the things I feel, but there's no hope, and my angel, she's a no-show, and I'm just not
axb's ith element c's ith element equals epsilon, I, J, K. The ith element. Okay, let's ask another engine here. What is the Levi-Civita expression for the ith element of AXB? What are the valid Levi-Civita expressions cyclically?
I'm so happy all the time, I must confess. And I work all around it, cause I can't be without it. I don't know what to do, I want it all. Many flaws, I don't see them anymore. So hard not to let you know. So obsessed, I go to bed, I get undressed, I lie in bed, look at the ceiling, and I find you in my head. I'm a wreck, it's so unfair. I tell myself that I don't care about the girls you find appealing, or what's under what you wear. I'm so obsessed when my day ends, I wanna tell you all about it on the roof with you.
Okay.
Shouted, told the whole city at large just how I feel. You make me glow though, and I've gotta let you know so, cause I'm just not satisfied. This shit
Yeah, sum over I. I is the added to C. CI, so this is AI, B, oops. This is A, J, B, J, C, I. So I'm summing over I. But all the cyclic permutations of this are the same. So K, I, J is also the same. A, J, B, K, BK, C, I. And what is that? So we're summing over K right now. Let's say. Alright. If the first element is I, then let's say that the vector component is I. This is a hard topic, I hate doing this. These symbols look so fucking confusing for me. So I can express this like that. That's the ith component. But what decides which component? I guess I'm doing something trivial here. I'm just adding complexity for no reason. I'll accept that identity. That's true. That's fucking real. I'm sorry for doubting you. Okay. I see why we would want to move that outside. Just swaps with that. Then he uses this identity. There should be 3 of these identities. How do I move B outside, for example, without switching signs? At least that's what my geometric intuitions tell me. Is there another version of this identity that doesn't change signs? Yeah, there we go. Correct. The cyclic permutations, so okay. Like move that 2 to the right. ABC, move A to the end. Yeah, these are cyclic permutations. That's kinda elegant, I kinda fuck with that. Yeah, that's awesome. And the non-cyclic ones just get a minus sign. Okay, yeah, I see it. That's nice. Then I can just get rid of all of this and go back to where I was left off. The variations should get easy after I do the first one. Yeah, they're all like 2-step verifications, except this one for some reason. What's happening on this one? Holy shit. What a headache. Oh, and B are easy. This sucks. When does the fucking I wanna fuck my computer album start? iPod Touch. Well, I'm just gonna listen to that album. This is the only good album from Nuna Jiraichi. Yeah, I love my computer, that's one. Man, that something caught my attention. She has shows. Is she coming to Germany? Come to Germany. No, she's not. Fuck you, Nina. Not everything needs a derivation. I gotta learn to sit back and relax. Okay. So we wanna cycle this cyclically. How cycle this cyclically. And do integration by parts here. How does integration by parts work here, bro? Derivative of that. derivative of the dot product e dt a dot b equals a dot b oops a dot b plus b dot a. So these are, there's no sign dependence here. So let's say this one's this I0, and let's say this one's E0 dot, what is the time derivative of, let's just say this E0, and this is d dt ddt of ddt, like balloon's tower defense.
Do you want to listen to it?
Ye-
We can do that if you want.
Okay. I can do IBP with this. Yep. There's no plus there. So this is this term. So it's gonna expand into this one's gonna go out of the integral. E dot I0. When I look down, it stops tracking my face, which makes complete sense. But I gotta look down to write down. Just like snaps into position and stops moving. It's scary. Oops. From T1 to T0 minus integral of E0 dot the derivative of this. Okay, we're done with this part. And this cyclically transmutes into the other one. I'll just copy paste the expression. The minus sign should just all be the same under the integral, so plus E0 dot E0 xi, okay, dt. This is all good. And then these two, since they're both dotted with this, so I can put it at the end for simplicity's sake. E dt I0w plus E0x this. I like this song. Good song is playing. Hi chat. Oh no, we detected fucking audio in your stream belonging to someone else. Your stream may be temporarily blocked. If you plan to say more. Fuck you, don't copy strike me, buddy. Probably doesn't matter. I don't think it's gonna block me immediately. I think I did something wrong in the derivation anyway. I'm not getting this exactly, which is a bigger issue. Wait, no, I am getting that exactly. Right? Is that the same? Yeah, that is the same. Yeah, correct step in the derivation. Let's freaking go. Does that disappear? I think it should disappear. The variation, yeah, it obviously disappears because it, like, the derivative of E0 contains in it the variation. Yeah. There should not be a dot here though. That's what's confusing me. There you go. Well, I'm at the end. What did he do? Okay, then what? What was the point of all this? Compute the first variation? Yeah, okay. Are you not gonna do variational calculus on it to derive results? Is it just gonna be this? Oh, I guess it's all separated into parts, the integral, and we want it all to be 0. So after all the parts are done, I guess that's when he does the result. That's when he finds the end formula, I guess. Yeah, that probably makes sense, that tracks. Cool. There's a neat little thing we got here. Probably a few terms are gonna get cancelled out from the other parts of the integral, so that's why. Yeah. We're gonna get a bunch of expressions like this. Part B. Progress is being made. If I just like make it a little bit smaller. Yeah, now you fit in the complete screen. Okay. Part B. Two viewers, guys. If you have questions, you know. I don't think anyone's gonna. I don't think you guys are following along with the math. Probably not. Okay. What is V? What integral do we have here? S2. And what is the variation of S2? We didn't even derive a variation for this variable. Variation of S2 equals it's good to write useless stuff down, like integral bounds. Why? Just so when you're writing them down in an exam, you're kind of used to writing them down and you don't lose credits. As your professor's like, why didn't you write the integral bounds? I don't know. I'm lazy. It's fucking trivial and obvious. Nina Jiraichi, bro. Please don't copy strike me. Thanks, Icy Borgi. Hashtag lots of love. Seriously though, this is like a fucking... What is the variation of this? What is the domain of delta? Delta is just a vector on a two-dimensional plane, R2. And it vanishes at the endpoints. It is just a vector that vanishes at the endpoints. But it is not a vector in a complex number way. Honestly, we should just be writing everything either as a vector or a complex number. This feels multimedia. But I don't think he does that. I think he just fucking like... I think he just has these objects in his head. And he kinda just rolls with it. Apparently the steps are really fucking easy. Hopefully. Yeah, it's just 1 over 2 the variation of this delta thing. What is it gonna look like? It's just another two-dimensional vector. Spinning my pencil around. Two-dimensional vector that vanishes at t0 and t1. Okay. Delta plus variation of delta squared. dt. And that equals epsilon variation of delta, and this is just the epsilon square term is gonna cancel out. There's gonna be 2 from the square, like the first term squared, the cross term times 2, so this is gonna go away. So it's just gonna be m. Go back. That's ugly. M delta delta delta. A classic expression, bro. Such a classic. Yeah. T0, T1, dt. It's just gonna be this. And I think I'm gonna need to do a bunch of integration by parts. That's what it wants, right? Oh, that's the time derivative, right? Yeah, that's the time derivative. Okay. Now, nothing changes for the time derivative. I can just go derivative here. But that is why I'm gonna need to do integration by parts. We don't want the time derivative over the variation. Yep. Okay. So I don't like doing integration by parts by the formula. I like doing the product rule. How does it go? It's gonna be like the derivative of what's gonna disappear? Not A. I'm gonna get an expression that's like this. And I'm gonna get an expression... Wait, no, I'm not gonna get that. And I'm not putting another derivative over that. I'm gonna get an expression that's like this. which is the time derivative of. I want an expression like this, I think. Ah. I confuse myself. I don't have free body tracking, but my hands are on my face right now. I'm really thinking. This should be really obvious. Let me just track it down. Yeah. dbt of it's gonna result in this, oops, plus this without this, without the yeah, like that. That type of dot product. Yeah, that's how fucking that's how the product rule works. Why did that take me so long to even think of? Right, that is, yep. All is right in the world. This term is this term. So the terms that's gonna be outside is by the fundamental theorem of calculus. This is gonna go outside the integral, and there's a minus sign, and we're gonna get the thing we want in the integral, which is the variation without the time derivative. Yep. And that's going to be from t0 to t whatever. Something's wrong. Yeah, something's definitely wrong here. Something's so wrong. I'm stupid. That is not the dot product.
Do you wanna?
I already know what terms we're gonna get. We're gonna get a term that's like this. And we're gonna get a term that's like this. So what kind of dot product gives these? What kind of product rule with the derivative gives these terms? This is gonna be a minus. These are gonna be on opposite sides of the equal sign, I think. How's my stream health, bro? We're healthy. Nina Jiraichi is not killing my stream. Thank God. Why is this like confusing me so much? There's also gonna be a term like this. Right? Yeah. The derivative of this product is going to be like this plus this, which is exactly what we have. Okay, good. Or is it good? Yeah, it's good. It's... Yeah. I can do this. It's gonna equal minus, we have this term already, so it's gonna be this. Yeah, I definitely had it incorrect the first time. Yeah. Delta, their second derivative. That is the one we want. P0, P1. This is gonna vanish, because the variation at the endpoints is 0. So we have the variation of the second part of the integral, which is just... Yep. Okay. Right? That is the answer. Okay. Good. Part C. I'm breezing. I'm fucking going. I'm destroying these. We want the variation of... which 1/2 n is just a normal vector, it's a constant vector. V0 is the thing that's gonna get varied. I don't know. The fuck was R? Probably another constant vector. dp. I kind of forgot the physical intuition for this question. The Lagrangian of a half-spinning in a frictionless table. The exemplar point and the reference occupied region are chosen to ensure R0 equals RCM. Isn't R star the same as this? No, that can't be. Oh, okay, no, that I have that completely wrong. The reference occupied region are chosen to ensure R0 is 0. What the fuck was R0? Oh, R0 is the exemplary particle. The exemplary particle is the center of mass, and this is from pointing from the center of mass to the point where it's touching to the table. Okay. Something like this. As there's touching, that's the center of mass, that's our star. Okay. And N is just our orientation of the rigid body. 24 views, pop off screen. Okay. What the hell? Why are we defining this? I'm scared. Oh yeah, cause these are obviously changing. This is our main variable. So of course this changes with time too. These are the things that change with time, and they're independent of each other for some reason. Would a spinning top even, like, if it doesn't have any momentum in, like, other directions, it would just stay where it's at? I'm thinking of forming, like, a Beyblade down without, like, any X and Y momentum. It will just, like, keep spinning wherever it is spinning. Yeah, it's, but... No! No, it won't. The center of mass will stay wherever it is, but the place that it touches the table, that can precess. That is what precession is. Yes, yep. This precesses. But this is completely, like, dependent on initial conditions of the throw, if you're giving it any directional momentum. And this is rotational. Okay. I must start. It begins. It starts with... This should not be a difficult derivation. It's just gonna add A and subtract A. Just gonna make a stupid cross product like this again. Yeah. That's... Quaternions are kinda useless. Thinking in terms of, like, the quaternion's orientation as a vector, it really is useless, which is probably why we invented this E variable, which encodes something like an angular momentum. Not an angular momentum, angular velocity. Yeah. There's a cool image in my head right now. The variation of the rotation. Small variations of a rotation. Cool. It's just that. It's just that. Same shit, same old. Now he chooses to, like, write down every step one by one and not skip steps. Okay, man. Whatever you want, I guess. That's neat. You get the same expression from the expression. And this is just another cross product. Yeah, it doesn't even have quaternions this time, or conjugation, so pretty straightforward, I think. P, Q, QP. And it's... yeah. Okay. Is that it? Is that the whole question? Okay. Oh, this is the... okay. Now it starts. That was like a preamble for this part. Yeah, this one's gonna be horrible. Ew. Okay. This is gonna be the worst one. I'll try not to look at the solution. That will prove my understanding of the subject matter and other such LARPs. As Richard Feynman said. No, not Feynman. Is it Feynman? You don't understand math, you just get used to it, bro. I think Feynman said that. Probably correct. Now, why are we even keeping this minus sign? Just swap around the cross product and we get a neater expression. In fact, this is not a complete derivation, this is stupid bullshit. I like my stuff in the positive orientation, not the minus orientation. Whatever. My iPad screen lags behind so much with OBS for some reason. 1/2 can go outside, mass is gonna go outside too. M/2. Actually, the 1/2 is probably gonna get cancelled out. Now it starts. There's gonna be a bunch of cancellations here. Oop. Okay, I am such a dumbass for putting parentheses there. Of course, you can't dot a scalar with a vector. There we go. Vector dot vector. That makes sense. Is it gonna use the same formula again? It might. It might use the cyclic fucking dot cross product thing again. Okay. Fuck it, I'm just gonna expand everything. N is n plus epsilon variation of n, which we derived as... Actually, it probably makes sense to keep variation of n for now. Maybe not expand it out immediately. Dotted with R is a constant vector, I'm sure of it now. V0 has a variation plus V variation of V0. More parentheses. Oh my god, bro, just rape me and kill me. But Um. In the end, they're all gonna get dotted with each other and squared. Can I do something to simplify all of this already? Probably not. I kinda just wanna see the solution and see where he went. He knows the way, I'm gonna just waste a bunch of time. Okay, he expanded it all out. Okay, if from the fucking first step, he's immediately doing some voodoo bullshit. Well, how are you doing this? You can't just be doing this. Okay, well, maybe it's not voodoo bullshit. Maybe he's just expanding it all out. Grab by 2. No, he is doing voodoo bullshit. He already got rid of the derivatives and the epsilons. How does he know? There's like the whole fucking point of the derivation and he just skips over it. I guess I should know that there is not going to be a cross term. Okay, wait, I can distribute the dot product. Start slow. Why did dot not disappear? Wait. How do you exist? Squinting really hard. That's the end of Nina Jiraichi. I was gonna listen to something else. What was I gonna listen to? Probably more shit. Probably just all of Nina Jiraichi, I guess. Okay, I'm listening to whatever this is. Is that Subahibi? That might be Subahibi. That's Rika. Can't make out any other characters here.
This is Nina Jirachi. This is my first time in Japan.
Piplup.
I'm so happy to be here. Thank you, Avis, for having me. This is a new song.
I don't think the stream captures my cursor. I see Piplup, I see... Is that Saber? Okay, back to math. This shit doesn't make any sense. I can try, I guess, like, working back from whatever he cooked up here. Well, like, this is fucking magic. He's just pulled this shit out of his ass. You're supposed to see which of the fucking terms get a cube in them. and which of the terms get like no constants in them. Like, I don't know what I'm supposed to distribute here. And I guess I'll start slow. And dotted with B0. Because I know the dot product distributes, but this cross product is bugging me. No, it should not be a problem. No, it will be a problem because it's of the type like. Does the cross product distribute? Yeah, the cross product distributes too. Okay, wait, this is not that hard at all. I need to expand the cross product first, so it's like this times this plus epsilon del v0 times. Okay, dot n plus e, and it's just gonna distribute over everything here. That is not how you distribute shit. Whatever fucking little app my little bro uses on this app, his iPad. This is a really bad fucking note-taking app, and it still gives me ads. This is a vector. This is a vector. This is a vector. This is a vector. It's just a plus b dot c plus d. Okay. N dot this is entirely gonna die because there's no epsilon in it. There's nothing. Plus n dot epsilon del v0 times r. That is not gonna die out because it depends on epsilon. Plus this is also not gonna die out because it has epsilon, and the other one's gonna die out because it has epsilon cubic, not cubic squared, and it's just gonna die because it's evaluated at epsilon equals 0. And I think the over 2 is gonna die too. Probably. Yeah, it died in whatever he cooked up here. 3 viewers. Holy peak. Okay, scroll down. So we have this and dots. I don't know if I can just get rid of the E like it's linear. There's probably I'm gonna have to do some manipulations there. I'm not comfortable just deleting the epsilon here already. Plus epsilon delta n distributed over what exactly? W0x r star. Now I need to do some shit to this where I get the first step of his derivation. Oh, this is gonna be horrible. This is gonna suck. I'm getting water. Okay. I have banana pudding now, and I don't want to solve shit while I'm eating. So I'm gonna watch it. I need to open the banana pudding box of a fucking scissor. I don't know how to open this. This is what the box looks like. It's a fucking box like this. I don't know how I'm supposed to open this. I'm just cutting into it with scissors. It's getting everywhere. It's a fucking disaster. Okay. My my mom walked in and did it for me. Thank you, mom, for cutting my banana pudding. Mhm. Uh, okay. I'll watch this one, I guess. Hashtag learning. Hashtag so
If
informative.
you're new to Linux gaming and always wondered how Windows games work on Linux, people do this, right? When you run applications or games on Linux, there's a lot happening under the hood that you might not realize. In this video, I'm going to explain how Windows games run on Linux. Think of this video as an oversimplified crash course. So, with that being said, let's get into it. Before I start explaining how
I'm
Windows
using
games
Wine
work
to
on
lock
Linux,
the-
I think it's important to
run the
understand
thing
what
I use
computers
to
are.
have my
Computers
Pomni on a
might
car.
seem complex, but at the deepest level, they only understand ones and zeros, tiny electrical signals that turn on and off. The CPU, or the brain of the computer, reads these instructions and carries them out. But the CPU doesn't work alone. The operating system, like Windows or Linux, acts as a manager deciding which programs run, handling memory, and letting software talk to hardware, like your graphics card or keyboard. On Windows, programs come as .exe files. When you open one, Windows sets everything up. It loads the program, finds the libraries it needs, and then the CPU executes it. Games work the same way. They just add extra steps for graphics, sound, and input using Windows APIs like DirectX for graphics and Xinput for controllers. The catch: Windows software is designed only for Windows. Linux uses different rules, so .exe files can't just run there natively. It's like trying to use the wrong plug in a socket. And this is exactly where Wine and Proton come in. Let's start with Wine first. Wine, which stands for
Wine is not an emulator.
is a free compatibility layer that implements the Windows
why did
API
he
on
do
Linux.
that?
Still don't get
Wine
it?
is not
Okay,
a-
imagine a Windows application on the left and the Linux system on the
Why?
right.
Wine is
Wine
not an
acts like a
emulator.
middleman between the two. When an application launches, it asks for Windows API calls, and Wine translates those calls into something Linux understands. To make it easier to understand, Wine is like a very clever interpreter at the UN. The speaker, who's Windows, talks only in English, which are Windows calls. The interpreter, Wine, instantly converts everything into French, which are Linux system calls, without the speaker
I feel
realizing
like
they're
I
in a
should be
foreign
getting
country.
way more
Fun
like
fact, Wine was first
input
released
delay
in
on geometry dash
1993,
etc.
and it has
Proton, but
over
I
30
really-
years of
it
continuous
feels way smoother
development.
than
At
Windows.
first, Wine was mainly aimed at running business apps, not games. So while some games worked, others needed heavy manual tweaking, which was unattractive for people who are new to Linux at the time.
Geometry dash is like, from how simple it is,
That's where
it feels
Proton
really
comes in. Proton is
contrived
Valve's
under the
gaming
hood
focused fork
with
of
shit
Wine.
like
It does
FPS
everything
bypass and
Wine
stuff. I still
does,
have no
but
clue how they
adds
work.
tons of gaming specific improvements. Things like DXVK and VKT3D Proton, which translate DirectX to Vulkan. Then we have eSync, FSync, and
Because it
NTSync,
needs to
which
be
are
so
just designed to
precise
speed up
and, like, the
performance.
skill level is
Steam
so high.
integration, and
I feel like
patches
these
for
digital
specific
little
games.
things are
So
supposed to
when you
start
run a
mattering
game with
in the game,
Proton,
but
it's
because
essentially
no one really
Wine
talks
plus
about it.
everything needed for gaming to just work. Together, Wine and Proton trick Windows applications and games into thinking they are running on Windows when they are not. Now that we know what Wine and Proton do, let's dive a bit deeper. When you run a Windows game on Linux, Wine or Proton sets up a kind of
Fake Windows environment.
but sometimes the game expects extra parts of Windows to exist, like specific versions of .NET framework, DirectX components, or Visual C++ redistributables. This is where Wine tricks and Proton tricks come in. Think of them like toolboxes. If a game says, hey, I need this Windows library to run, Wine tricks or Proton tricks lets you install that missing piece directly into the game's environment. Now, if you have ever browsed the game files after running it through Wine or Proton, you've probably seen some odd folders.
I have not ever done this.
These belong to something called a prefix. A prefix is basically a fake Windows installation stored inside a folder. When you look inside, it looks just like a real Windows setup.
Windows does
There's a
this with
C
Linux too,
drive, a
with
Windows
ESL,
folder, a
Windows
program files
subsystem
folder,
for
and
Linux.
even a registry. The cool part, each prefix is self-contained. That means every game gets its own mini Windows. So if something breaks, you don't risk your whole system. You can just delete or reset that one prefix and start afresh. At this point, you might be wondering, okay, if Wine and Proton already exist, why are there so many different versions? The short answer, because not all games behave the same, and different groups maintain their own flavors to fill in the gaps. Here's a breakdown. We have talked about Wine, but basically this is the official version maintained by the Wine project. It's the raw foundation. Then we have Proton. This is Valve's version optimized for gaming with DirectX to Vulkan translation, Steam integration, and tons of patches. Then we have Proton GE, a community build maintained by Glorious Eggroll. It often includes the newest fixes for games that don't work
Wine
on
is
regular
not an
Proton yet.
emulator.
This
Lutris
is the
an
go-to if
emulator.
a Steam game refuses to launch. Then we have System Wine. This is the version of Wine you install from your Linux distribution's package manager. It's good for running general Windows software, but usually not gaming optimized. And
Does Wine actually stand for Wine is not an emulator?
finally, we
Wait,
have other builds
that's awesome.
like Lutris Wine, Bottles Runners, Soda, etc. These are special builds with extra libraries, codecs, or experimental patches, often aimed at
Okay, what the fuck is
compatibility
Lutris
outside
Wine?
of Steam.
Lutris
So
is an
why does this
emulator.
matter? Because Linux gaming isn't about hoping one magic version works. If a game won't launch on a regular Proton, you can try Proton GE or another build, and suddenly it works perfectly. That flexibility is the secret sauce that makes Linux gaming viable today. And that's pretty much it. Honestly, I'm just won't launch on a regular Proton works. If a game won't launch on a regular Proton,
What if
you can try
nothing works?
Proton GE or another build, and suddenly it works perfectly. That flexibility is the
This is
secret
an
sauce
interesting
that makes
argument.
Linux gaming viable today. And
Because when
that's
I was
pretty
playing
much it.
Overwatch,
Honestly,
like,
I'm
I tested a bunch of fucking Proton versions to counteract my crashes, and none of them were the reason that I was crashing, but I kept blaming it on Proton anyway, so I kept cycling between other, like, launch options, blah blah, but it was just a fucking mess. It was not good. I don't like having options, it gives me more things to blame on my issues. I guess I could have like no, not like it's too low level for me to inspect with like crash logs. I have no clue why it was crashing. It's just like a memory leak. Well, people online just have like solutions though. Still, okay. Solving shit time. Or maybe I'll listen to the outro.
just glad Linux gaming has come this far. Without Wine, Valve, and the open source developers who have worked on all of this, gaming on Linux simply wouldn't exist today. And I think it's something we shouldn't take for granted. If you enjoyed this video, give it a
Hi,
thumbs
bro.
up and comment down below if I missed anything important. Without further ado, it's your boy Jury,
Let's see
and
if
I'll
you
see you in
missed
the next
anything
video.
important.
Take care.
Yeah, this is what I wanted to. Well, I want a deeper dive. And how they make it fast, bitch. Proton is like open source, right? Is Proton open source? Does Proton Mail have anything to do with Proton? Or like Proton VPN? Are these related, or who owns the name Proton? I guess Google is not the answer here. Probably like an LLM will give me a better answer. Is Proton the privacy company and Proton? Wow. The same? Okay, they both just share names. The Proton, the privacy company, is open source. I know that much. Are they both open source? No. Bitch ass company. I mean, sure. I don't, I don't think their fucking server backend should be like open source. If you don't need it. Okay. Okay. So, through combining these terms, somehow, the 1/2 is gonna disappear. What's their like shared terms? Can I take the derivative right now? I don't think I can take the derivative right now. Okay. Can I take the t derivative of n dot t? Why am I saying n? Just go like a, b, c. T b cross c. Okay, wait, that's really easy. Why did I like it just works? Yeah. I can get rid of the epsilons now. Okay. Progress will be made. It's so nice when shit doesn't depend on other shit. Shit just works. And somehow these all converge to one term. How? How could this be?
This is new Fresh Hex remix of Angel Music by Mia Magna Carta. I don't know when it's coming out, but this is the first time I've ever played
Ooh,
it.
wait.
So check it out.
No. I skipped something. I skipped the square all the way out. Yeah, that ruins everything. I can't do that. What happens when I do that? What about the derivative of the square of a dot b cross b cross c abc Can I just take T all the way out like that? It definitely, yeah, it just can. Obviously, it just works. Yeah, well, I don't know why I'm putting it, like, I know why I'm keeping epsilon in there. Nina, what are you doing? Titties from Ohio. Now, this is kind of horrible. This is really, really horrible, bro. We just went back like a billion years. Squared. Oh god. Oh no. Only the cross term is gonna survive. Right? No, that's not how it works anymore. What is gonna survive? It's gonna be something like epsilon scalar plus epsilon scalar squared. And what does that, what survives from this under? Nothing should survive. Nothing should survive from this, they both have epsilon. Like, the first one's just gonna have epsilon, everything's gonna have epsilon squared. How can anything survive from this? I'm not thinking this through. Or maybe I was all wrong from the beginning. No, these steps are fine until now. Oh, I know where I went wrong.
This is the song Girl EDM from the Girl EDM EP, and this music is the reason I'm able to come to Japan. So thank you so much again, Abyss Magazine. This is the best thing ever.
Confusing, I'm confused. Where did I go wrong? I can take the dot product before taking the square. These are fine. Everything I've wrote so far is fine. Why did I cross this one out though? I don't even remember. Oh, I crossed things out prematurely. I need to just write everything out. Bitch. Fuck you. I got rid of the derivative prematurely. We still got the derivative here. And I'll just have to distribute. And dot r plus n dot epsilon. Yeah, I canceled these epsilon terms out already, but I forgot everything's gonna get squared. This is not the end. I think I'm done after this exercise. This will part B. My brain's tired. Need more dessert. I put in those parentheses regardless. Don't really need them. Okay. All of this squared. Frankly, I don't want to square something of the form a plus b plus c plus d. How do you even do that? What is the fucking expression for this? Man. Fine. I mean, I know which ones are gonna cancel out here anyway. A squared is not gonna be there. B squared. B squared is not gonna be there either. None of the squares are gonna be there because they're either gonna not have any epsilon in them or have two epsilon squared in them, which means they're all gonna get cancelled out. So the only things I wanna look at it here is just like 2 times the cross terms. These are the only ones that are going to be left. 2 times AB times 2 times BC is gonna... all of them. They're all gonna stay, I think. No, I know which ones are gonna stay. AB is gonna stay. Is AC gonna stay? AC is gonna stay too. It's gonna have 1 epsilon. AD is not gonna stay. It's gonna have 2 epsilons. So I'm looking at AB, AC. BC is not gonna stay. BD is not gonna stay. That's gonna have 3 epsilons. CD is absolutely not gonna stay. Yeah, it's just AB and AC. Which is 2 times... Okay, I think I'm reaching what he reached. Even though AB plus AC is kinda long to write. Which is... no, it isn't. It's A, B plus C. T2 is gonna cancel out the M. I can get rid of all the epsilons too, I know they're all gonna be linear. So it's gonna be A, B plus C. What is A? A is this one. B is... Goodbye. I need space. Oh wait. Maybe. Or C. B plus C. How do I add you two? N dot del V0x. Plus delta. There's definitely some sort of simplification here. This is just the first term, I think, right? N dot, yeah, that is just the first one. I'm approaching it, I just need to figure out how it turns into this. Oh wait, I don't need to figure out anything. It's trivial. It is just that. That is just that. Okay. First step has been figured out. That's fucking like that's cruel. Just putting this shit without any previous derivation, though. You can't just be skipping all of that. What a bitch. I'm gonna hop on Violet Pony. Okay. Man, this is gonna be horrible to simplify. Ew. Ew, bro. Ew.
Baby,
Maybe I'll just ask fucking Claude already from step 1. No, I don't need to. He's just separating this. Okay. That's fine. You can do that. Now it starts. The final expression is not elegant at all. This fucking sucks. Combined with the fucking integral we have from part A, we're gonna get horrible equations. It's just gonna be complex. The equations of motion. Me no likey, bro. Shit does not get simplified.
It's about playing the game. Because at the end of the day, Calhoun, it's all about the
What is he expanding? He's expanding the delta n's, which we derived as del n equals minus 0x n equals nx. Yes, this. I'm glad we don't have to expand delta w's at all. Yeah. Okay. That's a lot of cross products. Minus goes all the way to the front. And for the other integral, why no that minus sign? In fact, what the fuck is he doing for the second integral? Delta room. I just heard the delta room. Is this the cyclic thing again? Saying cyclic just made me think of the old Geometry Dash player. There's the cross product dot the product determinant being cyclic, according to this. Push to the right R dot, yeah, this is cyclic. Push to the right. This is also cyclic. I'm okay with all of that. No hate. And what is he doing to the end here though?
The sharp pangs
Delta W. Oh. Oh, okay.
Even when you're in the moment,
This is
there is
just
no intangible
substituting
joy
for delta W.
You crave for a sincere, candid love, which is not reciprocated against this.
Okay, maybe there is no steps whatsoever. Maybe it just doesn't get simplified whatsoever. Oh no, fuck, never mind. I see integration by parts here. Again, we need to get rid of the derivative, time derivative. Oh, this is horrible. This is gonna confuse the shit out of me. This is a vector identity. Okay, are you allowed to do that? Are not. It is the cyclic thing again, but I have to push all of this. How are you just getting rid of the parentheses there? I think there is something like this. And I think you can move around the parentheses for a cross product like this. That should be correct. No? Oh fuck. How is he doing this? He just made something up. You can't just turn this into this. You can't. Is this like the 4-dimensional determinant equivalent? How? How are you doing this? Okay. My laptop's getting mad at my RAM usage, it's starting. There's probably another case of this, so I think it's fine if I start from here and give it the context window it already has. He'll manage. Quad will manage here. It's cyclic, right? R, E, and W. E and W R. Is that cyclic? Then that is cyclic. Just pushing the R one to the right. It's definitely the same principle here. Maybe not ABCD. I'll just use the letters we already have here, R, E, and W. E, Because dot product is symmetric. Right. True identity is correct. Well,
Do you like music? No, I know you're not a little silly anymore, but it just
ooh, this is so much work.
together. I didn't realize it was
Really?
the last time.
Maybe he did make it up. This is as general as I can get. They don't contain any more information where it would make where it would make this true. Now, why are we bullshitting? Oh, the parentheses are not there. Okay, he did not bullshit. He was not bullshitting. The parentheses are here. Okay. Now, will I go through the derivation and prove this by hand? No. I'm lazy. I'm not doing that right now. What did he do though? I mean, I'm curious. Yeah, this is a whole lot of work. Ain't no one doing all that. Now here comes the hard part though. Do any of these vectors depend on time? This is an insane fucking expression. What is this? What is this notation? Fuck you, man. Why are we? What is we derivating? What the fuck is this? This is an object. This is a vector. Vector plus object crossed into all of this. This is too much. It's too much. Expand expression, please. What is this expression? Surely this is an ill-formed sentence in the language of mathematics. We're legit, guys, it says. It's legit. Allegedly. Why are you raising a red flag to this? We're over it, bro. You're fine with that already. That is the thing you take issue with? Okay. Okay, Claude, you've betrayed me. What kind of operator is this?
If you've had enough of that, those experiences happen.
What kind of operator is this?
Something's wrong with me, or
It is a first-order linear differential operator.
I feel like mending that, like unifying the parts of myself, has been like a huge thing. Bringing in these other parts of me that I have actually that I rejected.
Difficult
and
stuff.
Bringing them back in and being like, no,
No good.
you're okay.
It's gonna take me so long to understand whatever this is. I wonder how Bitcoin is doing. Ooh. I should have just sold here. I was not looking. I bought here. Should have sold here. How's Bitcoin swaying more than Ethereum? I thought that was like the opposite of what it's supposed to be. Like, Ethereum is supposed to be more volatile because it's the secondary asset. So this DT just acts on distributes over this, and then it distributes over that. That's it distributes over a vector times a bunch of scalars, but which ones are changing with time? I don't think I feel like this is just not the most simplified form. It's like the most physically intuitive form probably, but it's not it is an elegant form. I guess it's an elegant form, at least. A little bit. No, no, I don't like this. This fucking sucks. I'm done studying for today, guys. This is too big of a roadblock. I don't think I can